Good morning, guys. How are you today? Happy Friday, actually, Ethan. And the class will be short as well. Don't worry about that. So, actually, I'm sad that we will finish today. I really, really, really enjoyed this class with you guys. I didn't see in my past experience with the classes people that are engagement like you before. So thank you so much for making this class engagement and smooth and funny as well during the course delivery. Um, so are we good to start, or you need like a coffee break, or you need to make anything before we can start? Okay, so I think we can start. Good morning, Anthony. Actually, I was craving yesterday night, Keisha, and ice cream when you told us yesterday. So I got like a small tart with my family and we ate
Yay, that's good.
it. I was craving after you said about the car. This car is on you, actually. So, okay. Okay, guys. So, we still have two lessons, okay, regarding the rest of the course. So, lesson 15 and lesson 16 only for today. We can take it as a one shot if you want. Actually, lesson 15 is three topics, but they are small, and lesson 16 as well. So we will see how things go. If you want like an early weekend for today, or you want to spend the rest of the day regarding the labs, so it's up to you. So let's start. Lesson 15. Lesson 15 is what? Lesson 15 is talking about the risk management processes. Okay. What is the idea of the risk management processes is actually related to the first topic that we will talk about, which is the risk management processes and concept. This is the first topic of the lesson. Uh, as I told you, 15 is divided into three topics. So this topic is related to what we are going to talk because we are not just looking for um we are not just looking for or at definitions here about the risk management process and concept because I think that we already talked about that, but we are going like deep about how actual the processes, the frameworks, the strategies that we're gonna talk about, the responses that we can gonna take. So all of this actually we're gonna take about whether the risk is technical, like a cyber attack, or non-technical, for example, like a policy gap or lack of employee training. So these things we're going to be understanding on how to recognize and deal with these risks in the cyber security. Okay. So let's start by something called risk identification. Okay, risk identification is what are the possible threats to our system data or operation. This is the first thing because, for example, the risk could be anything. It could be, for example, the things that we have mentioned yesterday. ransomware, for example. The risk can be as a form of a malware, okay? Ransomware, viruses, worms, trojans, all of these things are risk or malware attacks, okay, which can give a risk. All of these are examples of risks that must be identified early, often by monitoring the system and applying the corresponding antivirus solutions. Okay, it could be not a malware attack, it could be, for example, phishing attempts. Okay, we have said before there is email phishing or there is whaling. If you can remember when we said whaling, whaling is like a more targeted form of phishing that goes after high level executive or key decision makers. Okay, so a fake email appearing to be from the CEO requesting urgent wire transfers, for example, if you can remember the example that we have said before. Or the risk could be from the insider threat, okay? Not all the threats come from outside, but some are internal, okay? So insider threat can be intentional, such as a disgruntled employee leaking sensitive data, for example, or it can be accidental as well, like someone mishandling or need some training in order to be able to use the software that he is using the his work environment. And if you can remember, we can monitor that by something called user and entity behavior analytics. Okay, can you remember that? Which detected the unusual patterns in the user activity. Okay, what else we have? We have as well, yeah, equipment failures. Maybe the risk come from an equipment failure, for example, server malfunction, power outage, for example, network hardware crashes. So these are examples of risks that organizations can tackle, for example, okay? Or software vulnerabilities, okay? Like cross-site scripting, SQL injections, zero-day exploits. So all of these things, guys, are risk identifications, which is about knowing what can go wrong, from malware and phishing to insider threats, hardware failure, software bugs, and even organizational gaps. So once we know what these risks are, we can prioritize and manage them more effectively. Okay. As well as the risk analysis, we have different types of risk analysis. We have um, quantitative risk analysis and qualitative risk analysis. Do you guys can tell me what is the difference between both, if you want to share with me? So the quantitative risk analysis, guys, it's like what I won't say, it's based on numbers, okay? So let me give you an example. Um, or it's based on numbers, yeah, and this is like a data-driven approach, okay? So for example, a financial firm might calculate that a distributed denial of service attack could cost 2000 $2,000, okay, $20,000, or because $2,000 nowadays doesn't make anything. So $20,000 per hour, for example, in lost businesses, okay. So they prioritize mitigation strategies accordingly. So quantitative analysis is great for making a decision based on measurable financial or operational impact, while the qualitative is based on a judgmental based approach. It's based on experience, the past experience, for example. So a small nonprofit, for example, might not have the tools for complex analytics, okay, but their IT manager and board can still assess that employees' password reuse is a high risk. Okay, both methods have value, and often organizations use them together to build the full picture. But one actually uh, is giving the weight for the risks as a high, medium, low based on expert opinion or group. For example, while the other is based on facts, is based on real number and measurable things. Okay. Um, so it's that the different types of the risk analysis, as well as the risk assessment, which is about putting it all together. Once risks are identified and analyzed, you now estimate the overall risk level and prioritize it for action. So you decide which risks are most critical. You evaluate it, for example, evaluate their potential impact and likelihood using the results of your analysis. So this is the idea of the risk assessment, which tells us which ones to focus on first. Okay. And risk identification and assessment. Risk identification and assessment, actually, when we talk about, is actually what I won't say is a part of our ongoing discussion in the risk management process, because they are focusing on something called the inherent risk and heat maps, okay, which are factors that influence a risk's overall impact. So, for example, the inherent risk is what? The inherent risk is the baseline level of risk that exists before you make any kind of mitigation or protective or security, what I won't say, um, security controls. Okay. So we have, this is the idea of the inherent risk. Okay. Think of a network, for example, that you have inside your environment that is exposed to the internet, but doesn't have any firewall, doesn't have IDS, for example, doesn't have any encryption methods. Okay. So in this scenario, the inherent risk is high because the network is vulnerable to cyber attacks like malware, phishing, or any of these types of malwares, like denial of service attack, for example. Okay. So it's the risk before you make any security controls. The heat map in the other side is like a visual tool. We have taken that, if you can remember, when you are trying to see what is the coverage of the wireless inside our network. But here, the heat map is like a visual tool used in risk management to assess and communicate the severity and likelihood of different risks. So it's a simple way to represent complex risk data in a more understandable format, as you can see here. For example, it can visualize for us the impact, how bad or how harmful would the risk be if it occurred, the likelihood, for example, the cost of controls. This is another thing. Um, the cost of controls, that I mean that how much will it cost to mitigate this risk, okay? Control effectiveness as well, the overall risk, the ARO, all of these things are, um, for example, having in one place, which is the heat map produced for us in order to help us to mitigate the risk. Okay. So the control effectiveness, I mean that finally you need to consider how effective the existing control are at reducing the risk. So this can be evaluated by testing security systems and reviewing the outcome of cost mitigation efforts, which lead us here similarly to the risk management strategies. The risk management strategies describe the proactive and systematic approach used by organization to deal with the risk. So we have risk identification that we have already said it before, risk assessment, risk prioritization, risk mitigation, monitoring and review. All of these things are key steps of a risk management strategy that we have already mentioned in the previous slides, okay? And it leads us that once the risk have been identified, has been assessed, and prioritize, organization must decide how to respond to these risks. So this leads us to the four primary risk response strategies, which is the first one is avoidance. Avoidance means that the goal of the risk avoidance is to eliminate the risk altogether. This could mean that changes plan or processes so that the risk never materializes, for example. So use avoidance when the risk is significant and the cost of mitigation or control outweigh the potential benefits of keeping the activity. Risk acceptance on the other side is actually means acknowledging that I have risks that are existing in our environment and choosing not to take immediate action to mitigate it, either because the risk is low or either, for example, that the cost in order to address the risk and mitigate it exceeds the potential loss. Okay, so this is the idea of the risk acceptance. And the risk mitigation on the other side is involves taking action in order to reduce the risk, okay? In order to reduce the likelihood of risk happening or to reduce its impact if it does happen. So this is the one of the most common responses in cybersecurity. Or you can use from the very first beginning the risk transfer, which involves shifting the risk to another party, a third party, okay, typically through contracts or insurance. And this does not eliminate the risk, but it transfers the financial burden of that risk to someone else. Okay, so use transfer when it's financially feasible to pass the responsibility for managing the risk to another party. Okay. Residual risk. Okay, so let's dive down to this idea of the residual risk and risk appetite, which are crucial concepts regarding the risk management strategies, actually, which the residual risk is the opposite, guys, of the inherent risk. If you can remember the inherent risk here, we have said that the inherent risk is what? The inherent risk is the risk that resides inside your environment, okay, before you do any mitigation strategies, right? While the residual risk actually, residual risk, let's get back to the slide. Residual risk is the refers to the amount of risks that remains after you have done all the mitigation efforts and controls, okay? Or after you have implemented all these security controls. So, for example, suppose that an organization installs a strong firewall, for example, and implement for example, multi-factor authentication, okay, despite all of these precautions, there is still a small chance that a zero-day vulnerability, for example, could exploit and bypasses the defenses, okay? So the residual risk here is the chance of an attack exploiting that unknown vulnerability. So that's the idea of it. And the risk appetite refers to the amount of risk an organization is willing to accept in pursuit of its objective. So it's an amount of the risk, as I told you, that the organization is willing to accept it. Okay. So residual risk or risk appetite um, is important concept of the risk management as well as strategies. Okay. Or the risk management process. Risk management process as a whole, okay, here it is here what we are going to talk about is one of the core focuses is on identifying, assessing, and mitigating vulnerabilities and threats that can be that can impact an organization's essential functions. So all of these concepts here is ensuring that the organization can fulfill its purpose while managing potential disruptions effectively. So the risk management process is about understanding the various threats that you have or might have in the future, and vulnerabilities that an organization faces, and at the end of the day, determining how to protect against them. So actually, we can use risk registers because risk registers is what risk register is a centralized document or database where organizations track all identified risks. Okay. It helps to organize, manage the risk in a way that allows for easy assessment, prioritization, and monitoring. So the risk register is typically having, and you'll find a question regarding the risk register as far as I can remember in the practice exam question. So it includes risk description, which is a detailed explanation of the risk. For example, potential security breach due to outdated software vulnerability. And then we go for the severity, for example, if it's high, if it's medium, if it's low, and then the owner of the risk, which is, for example, Joan from the IT security manager, or from any other team, depending on the nature of the risk, who is responsible uh, for managing the risk, okay? And risk or mitigation action, sorry, it's a plan for addressing the risk, which is patch all the software vulnerabilities by the end of this month, for example. This is the mitigation action. So by documenting these elements, the risk register provides like a clear big picture from the above of what risks are present, how severe they are, and who is responsible for managing them. Okay. And the heat map, actually, guys, which we have already mentioned in the previous slides, is often used in conjunction with the risk register to visualize the severity, to visualize the likelihood of risk. So these maps allow organization to like quickly assess which risks need immediate attention. Okay, this is the idea of, yeah, this is the heat map. Okay. So they are used actually in conjunction with the risk register. Okay, risk management processes. Here as well, we have risk threshold, which refers to limits or levels of acceptable risk an organization is willing to tolerate before taking action. Okay. So essentially, it like defines the point at which risk becomes unacceptable and requires mitigation or responses. So, for example, a company may set a risk threshold for data breaches where if the risk of a breach affecting customer data exceeds a 5% probability, for example, they will immediately implement stronger encryption or other security measures. So this helps at the end of the day, guys, ensure that risks above a certain threshold are addressed promptly. Okay. Why it's related to the risk management? Because thresholds, guys, guide the organization's decision making on how much risk is tolerable. Once a risk is actually found, it prompts immediate action to reduce the risk, ensuring that the organization remain within its defined acceptable risk level. And key risk indicators as well, which are predictive measures or matrices used to monitor and anticipate potential risks and risk reporting at the end of the day, which is the process of communicating an organization's risk profile and the effectiveness of its risk management efforts to stakeholders, to management, to regulatory bodies, for example. So it typically includes detailed information on the identified risks that we have in and explained it in the very first beginning, how are being managed and any changes to the overall risk landscapes. Okay. Take care of this, guys, because you'll find question regarding this business impact analysis, which are the concepts that including the maximum carbon downtime, the recovery time objective, the work recovery time, and the recovery point objective. So all of this are closely related to the business impact analysis, which is the process of identifying, assessing the potential impacts that disruption or disasters might have on critical businesses, functions, and systems. So let's start by the first thing, which is the maximum tolerable downtime. The maximum tolerable downtime actually is what I won't say. I want to tell it in basic words too. Okay, I got it. It refers to, it's written here, yeah, I know, but I want to give you like an example related to it. So let's start by reading the definition. It's referred to what? It refers to the longest period that a business process or system can be down before it causes irreparable harm to the organization. So what does it mean? For example, a financial institution, for example, the maximum tolerable downtime is for its transaction processing system might be set at 4 hours. Okay. If this system were down for more than 4 hours, the financial institution would suffer significant customer dissatisfaction and regulatory penalties. So that's the idea of the MTD. Okay. The recovery time objective, it's actually the targeted duration of time within which a business process or system must be restored after a disruption to avoid unacceptable consequences. So RTO helps organization, okay, define how long they can afford to be down before the effect become critical. Okay. So a company might set an RTO of 2 hours for its customer-facing website. So this means what? This means that the site needs to be restored and fully operational within 2 hours of disruption, or else the company actually will face significant loss of revenue and customer trust. So that's the idea of the RTO, which leads us to the work recovery time. Okay, which refers to the amount of time it takes for an organization to resume full operation and productivity after a disruption or disaster. So if a company's office affected by a natural disaster, the work recovery time may be measured by how long it takes the employees to return to work, access remote system, start processing orders again. So it could take several days for full productivity to be restored, even though the system are back online within the RTO. So you got that? So again, it's actually the amount of time it takes for an organization, okay, to resume full operations and productivity after a disruption. Okay. Recovery point objective actually is the maximum acceptable amount of data loss measured in time. This is the important thing in the event of a disruption or disaster. So it defines the point in time to which data must be recovered after a disruption. So if a company's recovery point objective is set to 1 hour, then the event of disaster um, then in the event of disaster, I mean, the organization must restore its data to a point no more than 1 hour before the disruption occurred. So this means that any data generated in the last hour would be lost, but no more. Okay. So that's the idea of the first topic of lesson 15. Let me know, guys, if you have any question regarding this first topic before we can continue. If you don't have any question, we can continue with topic 15B. Any questions or anyone wants to ask about anything? Thank you, Rachel. Okay, I think we can continue. So, vendor management concept. Okay, we have said that the lesson is explain risk management process. Okay, so in this part of the lesson, which is vendor management concept, okay, we will talk about what we'll talk about a critical actually element here, which is the vendor. Okay, so the the vendor management process or concept related to the risk management process. Why? Because risk management, we have said that in the cybersecurity and business operations involves in identifying, assessing, and taking steps to minimize or control risks. That could threaten an organization assets or operations. So when it comes to third parties, especially vendors or services providers, we introduce a new layer of risk. Every time an organization outsources a service, actually buys a product or anything like that, or for sure you are relying on another company's software or infrastructure, it potentially exposes itself to external threats. Okay, so let's see how to manage this. Okay, the first thing is the vendor selection. This refers to the process of systematically evaluating and assessing potential vendors before entering into a business relationship. Okay, so third-party vendor assessment, for example, which is actually critical component of governance that we have explained yesterday, risk and compliance, the GRC, which refers to the formal process of reviewing a third party's availability or ability um, to meet the organization security, legal, and regulatory compliance. Okay. Um, what else? Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest is that occurs when an individual or organization has competing interests or obligations that could compromise their ability to act objectively or in the best interest of the organization. So, this is especially important in vendor management because improper influence or undisclosed relationship can lead to biased decisions making that may not align with the organization's best interests. Okay. So, how we go throughout the process of the vendor selection. Okay. So, we can go to the first thing is that vendor assessment methods, which can include evidence of internal audits. Okay. So vendor that perform internal audits show they are like monitoring and improving their internal controls. When you request these audits reports, you are verifying, for example, that the vendor is self-regulating and not just reaching when things go wrong. So yes, we are reviewing a vendor that processes payment data, for example, they provide you with quarterly internal audit report showing how they tested their PCI DSS controls, identified misconfigured firewall, and resolved them before it became an issue. Okay. or it can be independent assessment. Okay, so these are like audits or evaluations done by a third-party security firm, often based on recognized framework like ISO or SOC, for example. They are especially valuable because they bring objectivity. Okay, so why it could matter? Because independent assessment help confirm that the vendor isn't just saying they are secure, they are proving it through unbiased third-party validation. Okay. Penetration testing, okay, supply chain analysis and right to close it, for example. This is another thing because you are not just trusting the vendor, you are trusting everyone they trust. This clause lets you verify their compliance, especially after an incident. Okay. So your organization include, for example, to audit close to in a contract with a data processing vendor after hearing of a regional data breach. Um, your audit reveals no exposure in their system, providing confidence in their controls. For example, vendor as well vendor monitoring. For example, your monitoring tools flags that a vendor missed the deadline for renewing their ISO certification. So you reach out and discover they have switch audit providers, helping you maintain clarity and control. Legal agreements. What is mean by that? We have mentioned that yesterday, if you can remember. I think you're just wondering, why our legal agreements are important in a discussion that we are talking about, which is risk management. Because, guys, when an organization enters into a relationship with a vendor, there are expectations, responsibilities, and risks on both sides. Okay. If those aren't clearly defined, you open the door to misunderstandings, data breaches, or even compliance violations. So legal agreements help manage those risks by formalizing the terms of the relationship, and that makes them directly tied to the topic of vendor risk management that we are talking about. So let's go through some common types of legal agreements, okay, used during vendor selection. So, for example, memorandum of understanding, non-disclosure agreement. This is one of the famous agreements, which is legally binding contract that protect confidential information exchange between parties. So it ensures that sensitive data like internal processes, product plans, or customer information won't be disclosed. Why it matters? Because in the vendor management, because organizations often share sensitive data during assessment or negotiations. So an NDA helps ensure that vendors actually won't misuse or leak that information, reducing the risk of data exposure or intellectual property theft. Okay. As well as memorandum of agreement, as well as business partnership agreement. Business partnership agreement, this is like a formal binding agreement as well that defines the terms of a business relationship. So it's common when organizations enter long-term partnership, especially if the vendor plays a strategic role. Okay. I have told you that we were gonna talk about this is will be important regarding the questions in the exam as well, which is the SLA and SOW, and you'll find um, questions related to these two agreements. Service level agreement, okay, which is, for example, legally binding contract between a service provider and the client that outlines the performance standards the provider is expected to meet. So let's give you an example related to the SLA. For example, let's say that your organization contracts an internet service provider. So this internet service provider should guarantee for you 99.9% uptime per month, 1 hour response time for support, monthly reports on latency and performance. So by having this SLA in place, your organization can hold the internet service provider accountable, budget for risks, for example, and rely on it if they didn't abide, for example, or adhere to this service level that should meet your or should be guaranteed. Okay. Um, Statement of work actually um, define the operational details of what a vendor is expected to deliver. If those details are vague or missing, the organization opens itself up to miscommunication, project delays, unexpected costs, or even contractual disputes. Okay. Let me give you some examples about the statement of work. It's like the payment terms, uh, for example, or the maybe I will deliver you this milestone in the first quarter and the second milestone in the second quarter, and so on. So this is related to the project timelines and milestone payment terms, as I told you. So the vendor will receive 25% of the payment after milestone one, 50% after final delivery, and 25% after acceptance testing. So that's the statement of work. Legal agreement. Legal agreement means what? Legal agreement means that, for example, um, what I won't say, it defined like the specific protocols, procedures or rules under which the parties will interact during. So it's like the boundaries and limits, okay? It's like boundaries and limits, decision-making processes, procedures for conflict, and so on. So that's the topic 15B. 15C is audits and assessments. Uh, Audits and assessments mean what? Audit and assessments, guys. Um, it start actually here. That we are focusing on the risk and management, which all about, as I told you, identifying and evaluating and addressing the risks. Here, the audits and assessment, which help us determine whether existing security controls are effective and if they align with um, organizational goals, okay, industry standards and legal requirements. So let's start by, eh, okay, let me tell you why it's important because imagine, for example, trying to improve your fitness without ever stepping on a scale or tracking your workouts, for example, okay? You would have no idea whether your efforts are actually paying off or not. So it's the same with cybersecurity. Audits and assessment are the tools we use to measure the effectiveness of our security posture. So they help us identify weaknesses, validate strengths, ensure we remain compliant with laws and regulations. Okay, so let's start by the two concepts, which is attestation and assessment. Attestation actually is the process of verifying the accuracy, reliability, and effectiveness of security control. So think of it like a formal declaration or confirmation that a certain control or process is functioning as intended. So attestation may come in the form of a signed document or report that a system meets a specific set of requirements. Okay. In turn, or okay, this is the attestation. The assessment, for example, maybe there is internal assessment. This is when an organization's own employee conduct an in-depth assessment of their systems, processes, and controls. Okay, or external assessment. This is when it carried out by an independent third party, providing an impartial and objective evaluation of the organization's business practices and security control. External assessment are often required for legal compliance or industry certification, as we have said before, like the HIPAA, for example. Okay. And actually, here is the penetration testing, which is relates to audits and assessments. So these help us, the penetration testing help us whether security controls are effective and whether risks are being managed appropriately or not. So penetration testing involves using authorized hacking techniques to find and exploit security weaknesses in a system, application, or network before the bad guys do. Okay, so that's why it's sometimes called the pen test or ethical hacking. It's hacking with permissions, and a purpose is to identify risk and improve security. Okay, so a company might hire ethical hackers to simulate ransomware attack on their network. If the pen tester gains access to sensitive data or is cleared privilege, the company knows exactly where to patch vulnerabilities and improve defenses. Okay. We have different types of or different teams um, inside the penetration testing. We have the red team, we have the blue team. Okay. What is the idea of the red team? The red team is often called offensive penetration, okay? Offensive team. So the red team mimics the attackers. It's like the team that is trying to make the attack, okay? Using tactic, techniques, procedures similar to what real-world hackers would use, okay? So they try to breach the system, bypass defenses, exfiltrate data, or game persistent like the real attack. What about the defensive penetration testing? This is the blue team. It is the plays the defense mechanism. Their goal is to detect, respond to, and stop the attacks carried by the red team. Okay? And integrating penetration testing, actually, this is where we combine the red team, blue team, okay, together into a comprehensive security assessment. So when we sometimes it's called the purple team, guys. So when you combine the red team together and the blue team together, it's called the purple team. And these collaborative efforts help both the red and the blue team learn from each other in real time and improve your security controls as well. So that's it for lesson 15. Let me know if you have any questions, and let me know as well if you need a break or you need to finish lesson 16. I am happy with both. I can do both with you. So let me know if you want a break or you want me to continue with lesson 16. Lesson 16 is actually two topics. So this is the last lesson here. And let me know before if you have any questions, guys. If you have any questions regarding lesson 15. Okay, Robert, Travis as well. What about the ads, guys? Okay, I think most of you would like to go for yeah, to go for lesson 16. So no problem, we can do that. Okay, let's go. So lesson 16 is talking about what? It's talking about the summarized data protection and compliance concepts. Okay. So in this lesson, we will focus on the importance of protecting and complying with various data protections, regulations, as essential part of any organization cybersecurity strategy. Especially, we dive into the data classification and compliance, okay, to ensure that sensitive data is managed according to legal requirement and best practices, okay? So data types, we should mention the data types. The concept of data type refers to categorizing data to understand how different data forms are used and protected, okay? So this classification is foundational for maintaining the integrity, confidentiality, and the availability, the CIA triad of data in a compliant manner. Okay. So the first type is regulated data. Okay. Which refers to data that is subject to specific laws and regulations to protect individual and organizations from misuse, theft, or unauthorized access. So it's like the personal identifiable information. For example, what I won't say that are handled it in a secure under laws like the GDPR, if you can remember that we have mentioned yesterday, under the CCPA, which is the California Consumer Privacy Act, under the HIPAA, for example, under the PCI DSS, which is related to the financial data. So think about it, how outline stores must secure customer information such as credit card numbers, shipping addresses, and email addresses. If these are not properly protected, a breach could result in massive fines or loss of trust. Trade secrets, it's like, for example, Coca-Cola's secret recipe, for example, okay? Manufacturing processes that improve efficiency. This is like business practices, okay? So that's the idea of the trade secrets. Intellectual property, and you will find a question related to this type in the practice exam questions, which is related to the inventions of the people, literary works like novels, software code, the designs like unique product packaging, symbols and trademarks, company logos, all of this are related to the intellectual property. Legal and financial data. This type of data includes any documents related to legal matters uh, or financial transaction, such as contracts, tax records, financial statements. Sorry guys, I was in mute. Sorry for that. I had a network issue. I'm back. So we have explained the intellectual property, the legal and financial data as well, which related to the, yeah, we have said that as well, which is related to the tax records, contracts, and financial statements, like the balance sheets, income statements, and so on. So cool. and the human readable and human not. You can hear me now, guys, right? Because you can hear me, Robert, right? Okay, okay. Just making sure. Okay, thank you. Human readable and human non-readable. The human non-readable, it's like the binary data. It's like the zeros and ones, for example. Okay. The human readable, it refers to data that can be easily understood by humans, such as text files, spreadsheets, databases. Okay. So all of this is human readable. Similarly, the concept that we are talking about, which is the data classification here, directly relates to what we are trying to say, because it's essential to understand the level of sensitivity and the required protection for different types of data that we have. So proper classification, guys, helps you as an organization manage and protect data according to its importance and the associate risks. Okay, so the typically the classification of the data can be public, which is unclassified, which actually this level includes data that can be freely accessed and shared with no harm to the organization. Example might be marketing brochures, publicly available product manuals, or press releases, for example. Um, Confidential, which is related to a secret data. So a company might classify customer financial information as confidential. Okay, access to this data is like limited to authorized personnel who are trained on privacy regulations like PCI DSS. If unauthorized access or leakage occurs, the company could face legal consequences. Or the classification could be critical, which is top secret, and this level includes the most sensitive data, the loss or unauthorized exposure of which could cause extreme harm to the organization itself. Okay, so consider like a research and development company with proprietary product designs or trade secrets. So these designs would be classified as a critical and could be the subject of strict access controls, such as things that we have already taken, biometric authentication, for example, to prevent leakage to competitors or malicious actors. Okay. So at the end, data classification help identify the level of protection needed for different types of data. Okay. Okay, data sovereignty. Actually, the concept here of data sovereignty and geographical consideration are actually crucial to the topic that we are trying to understand, which is the data classification and compliance, because they directly impact how and where data is stored, protected, and governed. Okay, so as organizations collect and manage data, they must adhere not only to classification levels such as public, confidential, and critical, but also to the laws and regulations that apply based on geographic privacy of the data. Similarly, privacy of the data, the concept of the privacy of the data and confidential data, both types of data requires these are types of data requires like specific protection measures to ensure their security and prevent unauthorized access, exposures, or misuse. So privacy data refers to information that is directly related to an individual's identity. For example, names, addresses, social security numbers, financial information, or other personal identifiers as well. So this type of data is often classified as confidential or critical that we have taken in the previous slides. Um, as well as confidential data. This could be, for example, any sensitive data that is related to the organization itself, as I told you, like trade secrets data type, for example, client contracts, financial records, all of this could be relied under the confidential data. So understanding the distinction between privacy data and confidential data is like I want to say essential for data classification and compliance because both require different handling, both require different protection measures. So properly classifying these types of data help the organization at the end of the day to apply the appropriate security controls or protocols and meet the legal and regulatory obligations, as well as the legal implications here. Okay, legal implications and roles and responsibilities and data subjects as well regarding the privacy data, which are directly tied to the data classification and compliance, because actually, these concepts define how organization must handle, protect, and safeguard personal data in line with legal frameworks, regulations, and best practices. Okay, like the GDPR, for example, for the European citizens, like the CCPA for the Californian citizens, for example. Rules and responsibilities. We have mentioned the rules and responsibilities before, which is related to the data owner, data controller, data processor, and custodian, data custodian, if you can remember. So I will just remember you with the differences between them. Data controller is that the organization or entity that determine the purposes and means of processing the personal data. The data controller is also responsible for ensuring that privacy data is collected and processed in accordance with relevant data protection rules. While the data processor is the entity that processes personal data on behalf of the data controller. Okay. It's like, for example, the cloud service provider. Okay. So that's the idea of the data um, controller, data processor, sorry. Data subject is the last thing here, which refers to individuals whose personal data is collected or processed. So ensuring that data subjects' rights are what I won't say respected and their data is classified properly is a critical part of compliance. So it might be, for example, um, the example that is mentioned here is that a customer of an online retailer, when the retailer collects and processes the customer personal information, when you are, for example, try to call shopping or, for example, KFC or McDonald's, for example, or Pizza Hut, and you gave this shop your email, your address, your name, and your contact number, you actually hear the customer here or you become the data subject. Okay. Okay. So privacy, um, breaches and data breaches. Okay. Actually, these concepts highlight the risk associated with mishandling the sensitive data. So proper data classification at the end of the day will help you or will help the organization prevent unauthorized access, modification, or deletion of the data. Okay, so by establishing a clear understanding of how different types of data must be protected based on their severity, for example. Okay, so a privacy breach occurs when personal data is accessed, modified, or deleted without authorization, while a data breach is like a broader term encompassing unauthorized access to any type of data, not just personal information, but also um, any type of data, trade secrets, for example, confidential, private, and so on. Both can result from improper data classification or inadequate security measures, which is why they are essential components of data classification and compliance. Okay. Breach notification here means what? After a privacy breach or data breach, organizations are often required by law to notify affected individuals, regulatory bodies, or the public because breach notification requirements vary depending on the type of data involved and the jurisdiction. Okay. Compliance. Here is the idea of the compliance. So compliance and compliance issues. Compliance and compliance issues actually they form like a fundamental part of our organization, ensure that they are adhere to applicable laws, regulations, and industry standards for protecting data. Because compliance are, or we can say on it, security compliance refers to refers to, for example, an organization adherence to a set of regulations, policies, and best practices designed to safeguard data. So, in the context that we are talking about, which is the data classification, data compliance or security compliance plays like a vital role in helping organizations identify what data needs the highest level of protection and ensuring the data is handled according to its security level. Okay, why it matters in data classification and compliance? Because aligning data sensitivity with security measure, for example. Okay. What I mean by that, that in regulated industries like healthcare, financial services, we have mentioned that before, and government, specific regulations such as HIPAA, such as GDPR, set forth detailed requirements for data protection. Organizations need to classify their data into categories based on sensitivity that we have said public, critical, confidential, to apply the appropriate security controls. Okay. Compliance issue could actually, it's like the failure to meet compliance requirements. Like, for example, it can lead to or why it matters in data classification and compliance because can lead to legal and regulatory non-compliance if organizations fail to comply with GDPR, HIPAA, or other data protection regulations. They risk facing penalties, including significant fines, for example. Software licensing compliance, for example, if many software licensing agreements specifying how data must be handled or stored, and violating licensing terms using software beyond the license number of copies may lead to legal actions, fines, or reputational damage. Contractor non-compliance as well, like um, many businesses enters into contracts like the service level agreement that we have already mentioned with clients or partners that actually didn't buy to the data security requirements. So if these terms are breached, the organization could face financial penalties or legal actions. Okay. Okay, data protection and data loss prevention, the DLP, and here is refers to what actually the data protection on the first side refers to the strategies, technologies, processes used to safeguard data from unauthorized access. Okay, any modification, for example, which related to the integrity, any destruction which is related to the availability. So this includes data encryption, access controls, and backup strategies, all of which must be applied in accordance with the classification of the data. Okay. Um, that's why we have to mention the different types or the different data types or the different data states, sorry, the different data states. Maybe the data at rest. So it's the stored data that is classified as a critical or confidential would require strong encryption and access controls. Data in motion, data being transmitted over a network would require encryption during transmission to prevent interception. Data in use, data being accessed or processed would need strict access controls and monitoring to ensure that only authorized users can interact with sensitive data. Okay. So let me give you an example. A financial service company classifies financial records as confidential and applies encryption to both data at rest and data in motion. The organization also ensures that data in use is protected with multi-factor authentication mechanisms, for example, and access logging in compliance with PCI DSS regulations. The DVLP, on the other hand, is a set of technologies and processes used to prevent the unauthorized access, sharing, or loss of sensitive data. So it typically involves automated tools that discover, classify, and enforce rules to protect your data. So DLP, data loss prevention solutions, can prevent sensitive data from being employed, copied, or transferred outside the organization without proper authorization. Okay, so both are vital, the data protection and data loss prevention, to ensure at the end of the day that an organization's sensitive data is classified, protected, and managed in compliance with industry regulations. Okay, so this is the first topic of lesson 16. The second topic is personal uh pol- sorry, personal policies. Okay. So personal policies is mm, for this topic that we are talking, um, that we are talking about is what? Why actually personal policies is related to what we are talking about. Any ideas, guys? Anyone wants to add anything before I can tell you? Or do you have any questions before we can start topic 16B? Any question? Anyone wants to ask about anything? Because people can create an insider threat if policies not followed or liked. Yeah, that's a great example, actually. Okay, so as you said, Robert, because even the strongest technical controls that can be undone if people inside the organization don't follow the rules or don't know what expected of them. You can have the best firewalls, you can have the best encryption algorithm, and the best data loss prevention system in the world. But if someone shares the confidential file on social media, that protection is instantly compromised. Okay, so this lesson, guys, or this topic is all about setting clear expectation for behavior through formal conduct policies. What is the idea of conduct policies? These are policies that define what's appropriate and secure when it comes to handling system data and communication tools. Okay. So, for example, acceptable use policy. What is the idea of the acceptable use policy if you want to engage with me? What do you think the acceptable use policy is means? That's what I'm trying to uh, ask. Okay, I can tell you. Acceptable use policy is actually foundational document that define how employees can and can't use, define what or how employees can and can't use the organization's IT resources, like computers, like internet access, emails, mobile devices, and cloud services, for example. Okay. Code of conduct, the code of conduct is like a broader than the acceptable use policy because the code of conduct actually addresses ethical and behavioral standards, especially when it comes to the confidentiality, integrity, and professional behavior in the workspace. So this is um the code of conduct. Okay. Uh, I'm just trying to tell you an example related to the code of conduct in order to relate to what I'm trying to tell you. Um, let me think about let me think about an example. Okay. Okay. It might, for example, instruct employees to report suspicious behavior, okay, to never share passwords, even with coworkers, and to respect data privacy laws when handling customer records. So think of this as the moral compass for behavior in the organization, especially regarding how we protect information. Okay. Social media use and analysis as well. Social media can be a double-edged sword. Organization use it for marketing and engagement, but it also introduces serious risks from accidental data leaks to reputational damage. Okay. So most organizations now have clear social media policies that include personal use, okay, that employees shouldn't post internal updates or confidential info on LinkedIn or Twitter, like screenshots of unreleased products or photos from a secure work site. Official accounts, for example, only the marketing team might be allowed to post from the corporate Twitter account using tools with two-factor authentication, monitoring ads analysis, privacy and confidentiality, clean disk policy. This might seem simple, but it's surprisingly effective because a clean disk policy requires employees to keep sensitive document devices or post notes with passwords of their desks when they are not present, or leave sensitive documents on their desk when they go, for example, for the lunch break or go to the bathroom, for example. So all of these policies help create a culture of security where every employee understands the rule in protecting data and follows the same playbook. Okay. Okay, here comes the idea of the user and role-based training. Okay, so it's actually essential part of personnel policies and how it ties directly into our broader topic here, guys, which is data protection and compliance. We have already established that personnel policies are all about shaping employee behavior to reduce security risks through conduct policies, acceptable use policy, and so on. But here is the thing that policies by themselves are not enough. You can't just hand someone a 50-page security policy document and expect them to automatically follow it, okay? Especially if they don't fully understand the risks, the threats, or how their day-to-day actions could lead to data breaches. So that's exactly where user and role-based training comes in. Okay, so untrained users represent one of the biggest vulnerabilities in any organization because they are the one most likely to click on phishing emails, download malicious attachment, use weak passwords, for example. So training should be tailored to audience and according to the job rule. Okay, how we can or not how. This is what first. Okay. So, for example, it's important first to explore how we actually deliver security training to employees. Okay. Yeah, how. because policies are only effective if people truly understand and remember them. So that's where training topics and techniques come into play here. Okay, because there are several methods organization could use to ensure employees not only receive the right security education, but also engage enough to retain and apply that knowledge in their daily work. So, and this is actually, guys, 100% connected to personnel, because it's all about influencing behavior and reducing risk at the human level. Okay, so let's go through some popular techniques. Okay, which actually computer-based training. Okay, these are self-paced online learning modules that employees can complete on their own time. Gamification, which is traditional um, training can be like dry, but gamification spices things up by using game-like elements such as points, badges, leadership, and leaderboards to boost engagement and motivation. Okay, so example, a company might set up a monthly security challenge where employees like earn points for identifying suspicious emails, completing trainings, for example, or passing knowledge quizzes. So top scorers got recognized or got recognition or rewarded. Okay, so this technique tap into people's natural competitive nature and help make boring but important topics like security policies or handling or data handling rules more memorable and fun. Phishing campaigns, which is simulated attacks, this is like a hands-on training technique that teaches employees how to spot phishing in real time. Okay. What are the most important topics? The most important topics, for example, is situational awareness, password management, insider threat, for example, um, removable media cables, and hybrid remote work environment. You'll find, guys, that we have actually almost covered everything of this, which is related to the cybersecurity. Okay, but this is what I won't say the most important topics that could be delivered to the employees in order to enhance their awareness and enhance their information about the risks that could actually uh that could or that the organization could tackle. Okay, if there is not enough awareness regarding the cybersecurity field or topic into the employees. Okay, the last thing is the security awareness training life cycle, and I would love to explain it here in this slide. So security awareness training life cycle um actually is like a structured approach to ensuring that security training remains effective, okay, remains relevant and aligned with the organization's evolving risk landscape, and makes it like a key component of personnel policies, especially when it comes to data protection and compliance. So let's break down the phases here. We have five phases. We have assessment, and this is the first step to evaluate the current state of awareness within your organization. What do employee already know? Where are the knowledge gaps? What kind of threats is the company facing, for example? So this is the first thing. Planning, once you have assessed the gaps, you move on to the building a training strategy. This could include setting clear goals like reduce phishing clicks by, for example, 50%, okay? Or increase reporting of suspicious activity. So this is the planning. And then the implementation, how we gonna deliver the training using, for example, gamification, using the self-paced one, using, for example, phishing simulation. And then we go for the evaluation. Evaluation is like training doesn't stop. When the session ends, we need to measure how effective it was. Did user improve their scores? Are fewer people clicking on phishing emails after the training has been ended? So this is the evaluation part. And then after we took this evaluation, this feedback, we go for the improvement. Okay, based on the evaluation phase, you make improvement, update training material, adjust delivery methods, refine your strategy to make sure it continues to meet your organization's needs, for example. Okay, so that's it, guys. We finally did it. We finally finished the whole course, the 16 lessons. So thank you. Thank you so much. So before you go, just I want to make a quick recap according to what we have already um covered from the very first beginning, guys. So the first thing, congratulations on making it. I'm very happy to that it comes into a smooth way to finish and got to the end of this course, which is the Security Plus course over the past 5 days. Okay, we have covered a wide range. Thank you, Rachel. A wide range of cybersecurity fundamentals that form the backbone of what it means to be capable of to be a security professional. Okay, so we have started the journey, guys, by laying down to the core principle of security. Okay, like confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The famous CIA triad. These concepts are foundational, guys. Don't miss them and guide everything else we do in cybersecurity. And then we moved into threats, vulnerabilities, and attacks, learning how to recognize common threat actors. I'm just trying to recap all the lessons now from the very first beginning in just 2-3 minutes. Okay, I will not take it too much long. The second lesson we moved on how to recognize common threat actors, their motivations, the wide range of tactics they use, from phishing and malware. uh, Let me, do you want me to share with you the topics? Or it's good to continue without sharing the whole topics with you? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, after lesson one and two, lesson three, which is the security architecture, exploring actually how we gonna implement the encryption and decryption, the encryption and the decryption, and the encryption algorithm, which is the symmetric, asymmetric hashing algorithm, the PKI, don't forget that, the public key infrastructure, and the CA, okay, certificate authority and the certificate signing request, all of this terminologies, you must actually remember them. And then we move to the identity and access management, which is lesson four, which is about making sure that the right people have the right access at the right time. And then we move to the networking part. We have actually explained the OSI model and then how we're gonna place our networking devices in a secure way and in a coverage way as well, which is lesson five. And then we move to lesson six, which is part of the cloud, okay, and the cloud deployment models and how we're gonna implement or shift between the on-premises till the till actually uh, one of the cloud deployment models, whatever the industry that you are working in that suits you, and you can pay as you go. But remember that there are some important consideration that you have to think about it before you shift to the cloud, which is cost-wise, which is complexity, which is ongoing support, and so on. Okay. And then we have covered the security operations, including monitoring, detection, and response, like the SIME and the IPS and IDS. Then came incident response and disaster recovery, where you learned how to plan for the worst and bounce back quickly. You now know how to create incident response plan, conduct forensic investigation, and recover operations in the face of cyber incident or natural disaster. And finally, we spend time on application and data security, understanding how to secure the software development lifecycle, apply secure coding practices, classify sensitive data, and protect it, whether it is at rest in transit, or in news. Throughout this course, guys, you have gained both theoretical knowledge and real-world insights that will help you. I'm sure you not only I'm sure that you not only pass the exam, but actually it will reflect on your work effectively in the field of cybersecurity. Okay, so this is as in just about getting certified. I'm sure that you will do so. It's about being a part of something bigger, helping secure systems, people, organization in the digital world that we are living nowadays in, that's evolving every day. So you are now equipped with the tools, language, and mindset to take your next step, whether it's a challenge or a new course that you are waiting for. So good luck, guys, in your next steps, and wish you luck actually in whatever you are trying to do with love inside your careers. So I'm finished. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the course. Yeah, yeah, it will be active with you, Robert, for 1 year. Yeah, you can access it at any time. And I can share with you the dump again if you want. Actually, the what I want to say, the exam, guys, is only multiple choice questions. Okay. So uh and to be honest with you, is that actually the exam is only multiple choice questions, and you don't have to do the labs in order to enter the exam. This is to be honest with you. I will not tell you that you must go for to finish the labs, okay, in order to enter the exam. To be honest, it's only multiple choice questions, and it's only related to the theoretical part, not the practical part. Okay, this is related to the in order to get certified. I'm not telling you that don't do the labs. I'm just telling you that in order to go for or prepare for your test, you don't have to finish the practical part or the labs first. Okay, this is just to make sure and to be honest with you, in order not to do the labs before the exam if you want to go for the exam for the next week, and then encourage you to do so as well. Okay. No, no practical questions. Just let me see. No practical questions, Travis. It's only or practice exam or practice or practical questions on the exam. It's only multiple choice questions related to the theoretical topic. Okay. Are the test questions recent? Yeah, they are. Mm, from I think they are recent because it's related to the last last version of the exam, Rachel. It's related to 701. So this question, sorry, this question related to this version of the course. You want me to share it with you again, guys? Or you already got it? Okay, let me share it with you again. Just 1 second. And this is my mail, guys, because if you want anything, if you want to ask about anything after after the course, for sure you can send me an email at any time, and I will try to respond to you as soon as possible. Okay? Actually, I think you have already a voucher in the GK portal, Richie. Just one thing I want to share it with you regarding the evaluation. I think you have received an evaluation to do so. So just want to share with you something. So I think that I had a that you can see, guys. You can hear me, or there is an echo. Okay, sorry for that, but actually my laptop has got crashed. I don't know why. So I'm just talking to you from the tablet. So I will try to fix that. You can go now for a lunch break, for example, or for a coffee break, and then you can come back to start your lab environment. Okay, if you can hear me. And yes, Travis, the success rate is from 750. Okay. Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me now? Can someone confirm? Okay. Just want to tell you just one last thing, that you have received an evaluation, right? So this is regarding the evaluation that you have received from Skillsoft or from the Global Knowledge. And when you are proceeding with your evaluation, you will find that it's actually related to a rating from 1 till 10. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And just want to hint, I'll give you a hint here that from 1 to 6, if you have chosen a number from 1 to 6, it's like you are giving a negative response to that question. Okay. So this is that rating. 7 and 8, it's like a zero response. Okay. Unfortunately, and this is actually not like a fair a fair distribution for the responses, but actually 9 and 10, it's the only positive response to the question that you are replying for in the evaluation. So just wanted to tell you that because, for example, if I'm a customer and I'm satisfied, thank you, Rachel. Thank you for that. I'm just giving you a hint for that because um, if I'm a customer here and I'm already satisfied, I could give it an 8. I'm really happy with that. But just to mention, this is the evaluation process and this is how it got. Okay, so thank you again. So just this is the last thing that I want to tell you about. Um, and if you want to ask me about anything else, you can type it the question on the chat box, guys, and leave it here, and I will respond to you as soon as possible. And I'll give you my email as well. Okay. Thank you.